Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, what day is it? It's the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev, and I've actually reconfigured my room. Not that you would notice right now, but in fact, I might just see if I can pull that out a little bit. There we go. Oh, not quite that way. A little more. There we go. That'll do. Reconfigured the room. I was recording a video yesterday. Probably not one that I'll upload because it went on a bit of a, I don't know. I sort of like satisfied what I wanted from it in the recording of it. So I don't know. We'll see. But I did sort of like set up. I've kind of blacked out the windows now permanently, so I can literally, you'll never know what time of day it is. It's like a casino in here. And I've set it up so that I can have like the old table with the KO thing and the amiibo stuff and the game controllers lying around. So that's kind of like a short one step towards something that I'm trying to do, where I have like a bunch of game consoles at my parents' place that I could just set up with like a cabinet, you know, the PlayStation and the Super Nintendo and the Nintendo 64 and, you know, everything just like scattered around. I think it'd be really a cool way to build like a set to record videos, but that I need to, you know, get some storage to do that. So in the meantime, this is what we got. So, yeah, I kind of just spent yesterday thinking about just production and how much cool stuff I own that's not on display anywhere. Like I don't have like a shrine to gaming in my house. In fact, my wife has more cool stuff set up than I do. She's got books and games and Lego and all kinds of stuff out in the lounge room, and I don't. Even though I have all the stuff, like there's posters and all cool stuff that I own that I just like, why am I not making use of this in my videos or in my content at all? So I don't know, we'll see. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat today. We have Swizz UK is here, and among others, Virtue vs. Vice is here, Snorluxy, Swamp Maddie, and Shamguz. Welcome. Also, big thanks to anybody who happens to be watching on YouTube in the VOD, or anybody. Well, I want to say a big thank you, of course, to Atimana, 8 Manha for the most recent follow, and your waifu is alive for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Okay, so I've been consulting GPT about editor stuff this morning, just doing a little bit of work here and there. Let's ask if Elias wants to do a sound meeting off the top. Just to give him that opportunity. So, hey, Davidel, welcome. Yeah, so I've been thinking about some of the architectural decisions that I have set up in the game to do with tracking. I had a meeting today with a potential publisher about kind of what the future of the project looks like and what I need and how much money that's going to cost and et cetera, et cetera. And one of the topics of conversation that I am extremely motivated to solve is one around Making sure that I am able to offload as much work as possible without sacrificing the quality of the work. That's the biggest thing. Hello. So for me, if I can somehow get to a point where I know what I need to know what that is, what that looks like, and if there's any kind of additional things I need to build to get us there, I'm motivated to do that now. So I was discussing with the LLM god the prospect of putting project management task tracking inside of the project. So like I have these annotation things that I've got sitting around in some of these scenes that are there at runtime that describe things that will be in the game but that aren't there just yet. And the idea is you would take them away once you implement them. But it's also possible that we could start giving these things a status and tracking the status and being able to do kind of like actual task management, in or with the editor, right? You could even have like links to parts where work needs to be done just by clicking on a data spreadsheet. Here's a bunch of tasks, click one, go straight to the level where it is, to the actual exact spot where it is, and start filling it in. No problem. So that's like an idea, and GPT was saying that it is a good idea, although there would be some consideration to do with whether or not we wanted to be able to view the tasks outside of the engine, or at least like not inside the runtime. So like I currently have this system called, the state meta stuff. So all of these, this is not much happening in this scene, but in a different scene, like say this one, I've got all this stuff that you can track about the game that's stored inside of like data files that aren't serialized inside the scene, but they track the scene and they update according to it. So we could do something like that with tasks too, which is, it's a promising idea. I don't know if I'm personally motivated to work on it. There's also an idea I had kicking around that I ran by the LLM, which was to like show quest flow across different scenes. That's also not something that I'm super convinced is worth investing into. And broadly, there is this conversation around like, there's the building of the car and then there's going on the road trip, and how much this is like some of the editor tools are like bringing extra, an extra spanner and a tire pump and a car jack and an extra spare tire and all of this extra stuff that like may make it easier. They may make the car better to drive. They may make it easier to maintain. But if you fill the car with that stuff, now it's heavier. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about now. Like it costs time to maintain and build these tools. So, is the time that you get better than does that outweigh the time that you spent? Who knows? In the meantime, a couple of priorities that I have. Hey, Bilbo. One is I'm still kicking around with the dungeon stuff, so that's fine, and we can work on that today. I'm also thinking about kind of what forward progress into chapters 3 and 4 looks like, whether or not I can even start on that stuff earlier than this point. I'm thinking a lot about like how gray boxed is good enough. I think for a scene like this, we're almost there. Like, you can go into the thing, you can finish the thing, you can come out and you can leave. That's the gameplay purpose served. So I'm sort of happy about that. And it doesn't matter what it looks like. But then some of this stuff is kind of dense, and even the dungeon itself is like, well, if this ability that we were prototyping yesterday is a targeted ability, do you need a way of targeting that is powerful for the player? That, I do not know. I can certainly come up with a bunch of ideas, and someone came up with an idea recently to just do like, use the right stick to target. So like you literally just point in a direction, like a twin stick shooter. I actually don't hate that idea. I think it's kind of a good one. And I would be certainly fine to prototype something like that. That wouldn't bother me at all. So maybe we do that. It's an interesting one because I've already watched, or I have in the past watched a video by our friend of the show, Tessolator, who wrote a bit of a treatise on top-down, like sort of twin stick style auto targeting, or like targeting. So we can have a look at that. Hey, Leodoros, thank you so much. So this aim assist is what we're talking about. Let's, why don't we watch the video?
Is the implementation of aim assist in fixed perspective games like Hades and Death's Door when aiming with an analog stick. When playing these games, I've had experiences where I felt a disconnect between what I wanted to do and what the game's aim assist thought I wanted to do. Fundamentally, I felt like my issue was that many of these games implement more of an aim automation system than aim assist. The effect is much more pronounced in Hades, where the weapon can snap by as much as 90 degrees, wresting control away from the player. In Death's Door, the effect is much more subtle, as the game never visualizes the correction it applies to the user input, and doesn't correct by more than 15 degrees. For the sake of this video, I reverse engineered the aim assist code in both of these games, because I think it...
Question coming in, has the LLM asked you what problem as the root cause you're trying to solve? I guess my question is, how many times are you running into the issue of finding things within the editor? So just to pause this and to respond to that, the critical thing that I'm trying to do right now is maximize visibility over the data structure of the game, implicit or explicit. So there is a flow in the game of game scenario stuff, quest flags that trigger when you go and enter a cutscene or when you talk to an NPC. These things happen in the game and they dictate what you can do based on what you have done. And so the question is something like, how important is it for me to be able to quickly scan through that data structure of like, okay, let's start chapter 2, 35% of the way through with these quest flags set to true and make some positive progress in this scene. And I know what it's supposed to do and I know what it needs to, and I know what it does right now. And basically like aligning the current data structure to the intended data structure. That's the idea. So, and even, you know, potentially seeing things that are broken or not possible, like, oh, you can't get from this scene to that scene because there's no way to set this quest flag that this thing depends on, right? So seeing that dependency chain, a lot of it is, it's more about just, analytics and visibility, you know, being able to say, okay, what's happening here, right? Less so about like finding things, but also like to an extent, there is a bit about finding things. Like, I don't know if I just look at all these scenes, there's no like list of quest flags that gets set. I mean, there is a list of quest flags that get set across these scenes and it's in a database, but like, I don't have a way to like project them onto the scene. You know, I don't have like I can't like see them all or, you know, jump around based on the quest flags. There's no like layer of interface that I currently have to let me do that. And I don't know how useful that would be. I just know that it's an angle that I don't currently have. It's a view that I don't have. So maybe that would give me a lot of power to have that, or maybe it would just be a nice thing. I find that the causality system, this one here, which, you know, in a place like Orenstead, there is this kind of like, oh, isn't that interesting that like this cutscene depends on, you know, this moment here and this thing here. There's like flow you can track that dictates when things get set or checked, right? And that's visually very interesting. It's cool to look at. I don't use it. I didn't know, I thought I would use it all the time, and I just don't. I use the underlying structures all the time. I use this stuff down here. This is super useful. But for some reason, visually, it's just not that important somehow. It didn't scratch the itch that it needed to. Maybe it's too abstract. It's hard to understand what the green and the orange mean, or what these things are pointing to, or I guess it's like an unordered set. So there's no sense of like left to right. And when you look at the game, it's kind of easy to see this as like, oh, you start here, right? Oh, okay, you start there and you finish here. So that's like roughly, you can see wherever I am in the map, that's broadly where I am in the progress. Now there's backtracking, so that's not true. But, you know, there are these like heuristic assumptions we make when we look at things like maps about things. Whereas in this here, I don't know what this means. You know what there's no way for me to like glean a sense of security and confidence about like what the system is doing or what it's headed, where it's headed, other than the fact that I can just see like, I can see all the flags. There are like game objects here and I click them and I can see, oh, okay, that sets that. So it's still useful to click on and to see, oh, what's happening here? Oh, there's a box here that changes this thing. That's great. So I do use it, but like, it wasn't like the game changer I thought it was. Or maybe I've just become so reliant on it that I forget how useful it is and how useless it was before I had it. I don't know. All right.
Highlights the type of gameplay design problems that aim
Did getting to specific states within the game, finding reported bugs from the playtest contribute to you wanting this system? No, not so much. Although it would be useful for that. Like I do have this other system that I built called progress states. So these are like save files that I can toggle and then push to the game state. So that's been useful, knowing what people have done and what they haven't done. These are even JSON based, so someone could send me their file if they wanted, and I could debug it that way. But more recently, and only subtly different, is this thing that I built last week, which is or this week even, called a checklist. So this is a linear sequence of flags that I expect in the game for the player to have to go through. So it's like, I take like a small vertical slice. It's like, okay, this is start of chapter 2, all the way until you talk to Ned for the first time. What does the player have to do to make that happen? And does that exist in the game right now? So I can like start this at 0, play through the game and watch this tick up, or I can skip to a certain point and then jump into a scene and say, okay, let's start playing with this much of that linear segment done, so that I can pick up where I left off or whatever. There's this, it's almost like reading a book from the start of a specific chapter. You know, it's like, how does this feel in like chapter 2? And then, you know, you might want to jump back to like the beginning of the book and say, okay, did the stuff happening here line up with the stuff that happens in chapter 10? You know, so this is my way of like reading the book linearly, which is useful as well. And I can pull and push to these as well when I do that. So it's like, it's not a separate tool. It's just like it's not a separate system, just a separate tool. I don't know. Unity doesn't come with all this stuff, and not every game needs it, but I think I do.
Aim assist attempts to address.
And some of it is like, oh, you couldn't do that before. You know, some of it is so obvious that if you don't have it, it's like, you're just going to be stuck forever. Like without this thing, I would just have to like keep a save file that was like roughly where I thought I needed to be. And then I'd have to just play the game over and over again. Every time I ran the game, I'd have to play it to the point that I was trying to, or remember like which flags represent like the first 10% of chapter 2, you know, because they're not really linear. Like there's nothing making this one number 1 and this one number 2 and this one number 3. They're just things you can do. But as far as the player is concerned, like there is an order because you do things, you know, the game gates your progress. So yeah.
I'll then present my own thoughts on how to better formulate the problem of aim assist in a way that makes it
I'm
easier
going to see what your thoughts are straight away.
orientation as the x and y axes on a 2D phase graph. The map between player input and avatar orientation is a function, f of x. When f is the identity function, f of x equals x, player input is mapped to avatar orientation directly, without modification. The avatar points in exactly the direction of input, as is the case when there's no aim assist.
Dude, this Tessellator's videos make me so insecure about my visualizations in my videos. It's so frustrating to see this because it's so compelling to watch. But at the same time, I know this took him months.
When f of x is not equal to x, it describes the transformation from the player input space to the avatar orientation space. Now let's consider a potential target near the player. The target has a particular angular position and size from the player avatar's perspective. The angular position changes as the target moves around the player avatar. The angular size changes with distance.
I don't understand why we're
also
plotting this on a
correlated
graph
with
where
the target's
360
physical size.
goes from 0 to 360 when that's clearly
When
circular.
f of x equals x, the range of avatar orientations that are on target is equal to the range of controller inputs that are on target. However, if we select f of x to widen the target region, a greater range of controller inputs get mapped to on-target avatar orientations.
Sure.
In more mathematical language, we can call this the pre-image of the target region B under the function f, and we can think of it as being the virtual size of the target.
This is crazy. This reminds me, whenever I see these kinds of videos, it reminds me that like the language that I use to describe my game is not a mathematics language. I'm not a university mathematician. So one, I can't read this. And two, even if I could read it, like I wouldn't even represent it this way. Even though I know that it's a correct represent, like I can recognize what he's saying and I can understand the relationship between the width of this and the height of that and how that maps to this. But like my brain would just be visualizing this the whole time. And I would write the code along with this. This would never be part of the conversation for me.
Perspective of the player's controller. Even for a physically
But some
small
people
target,
think
we can
in
choose
this.
to maintain a large virtual target, making it easier for the player to input an angle that points to somewhere on the target. In this way, we can imagine constructing f of x to always maintain a minimum pre-image size of each target, no matter their actual size or distance.
All he's saying is, all he's really saying, it's not even this. I mean, he might get to it, but he's saying, if you have a circle, that's your input, there will be wider ranges, right? Wider angles that map to the enemy. So if the enemy is this point in space, from here to here will all map to that enemy. That's all he's really saying.
This allows us to set a skill floor for how hard we want it to be to aim at targets.
Yeah. So you can be, if there's like an enemy here and an enemy here and an enemy there, if the controller snaps to an enemy at this angle, and this angle, and you could add these three up as a segment, if you were to take this circle and unfurl it, you would say, well, this, and this. So the negative space is the fail space. This is where you're not aiming at anything. And the positive space is the hit space. So you could widen these and be more forgiving and say, well, actually, you'll hit an enemy if you're anywhere between these. So now 50% of the positions, south of this point will target an enemy, right? You're decreasing the difficulty by making the successful space that you're exploring wider, or your chance, the negative space smaller. So that's
way of analyzing this function is by looking at its slope.
What's really important here, though, is that like this assumes that there's a skill element that you want to reach for. for me, in my game, I actually am not looking to make a skill element out of this feature. I don't want for you to be able to miss an enemy when you target. Hey, Grey God. Welcome. I've never played Subnautica, sorry.
The function makes it easier to aim by
So this is in a game where you could
sensitivity.
shoot and like miss, right? You're
They
like
must be
pointing a
balanced by
bow
regions
and you
of
want
high
to shoot
slope
at
to
something.
ensure the total domain and range fill up the full 360 degrees. Beyond this constraint, we can make sudden change of sensitivity as we aim toward a target. No matter
I'm not sure
setting
that
hitting to apply, and in each
makes a
snap
giant difference.
Large output discontinuities and sets of avatar orientations whose pre-image is completely empty, representing directions that are impossible to aim at. Consequently, any aim assist system using the snapping method must be highly robust in its target identification, as any failure of the system results in catastrophic gameplay consequences. The generalization of aim assist to include these smoother functions thus represents a relaxing of the responsibility of the aim assist algorithm, while still addressing the fundamental problem of compensating for imperfect player inputs. In our search for the presence, the angle might like to complicate
this. I can't understand.
But handle it when targets occlude one another if the projectile requires line of sight.
Yes.
How do we handle moving targets if the projectile has a finite travel speed? How should we handle targets moving in and out of range or line of sight during aiming? Should the aim assist correction magnitude need to be? And these types of questions map very naturally to the paradigm of thinking about aim assist as a function from player input. Exceeded my expectations though, so I'll have to leave further exploration of the subject to you. If you're a game designer who's worked on the aim assist problem,
he's so smart. All right. Yeah. Well, he's literally the value of being able to think about things at this level of depth, right? What he's doing is reducing a core design question down to a mathematical function and then deciding on how to balance that function to solve the design problem. And the beauty of being this smart means he can solve problems that, like in Hades, it snaps,
what
right?
I wanted to do and what the game's aim assist.
It might feel okay in Hades. You might not notice it, but if the game feel for something to be like a successful feature is like here, and your solution only gets you to here, but thinking about it like Tesslator does, and adding a little bit more juice on it and giving it a little bit more, having the parameters to be able to control how much is in the player's control and how much should auto snapping be involved, might get you to here in terms of game feel. And there would be solutions that some people would throw out because they don't make it up into this space, that if you just knew a little bit more about parametric design, you might be able to hit something that feels really, really good. Anyway, so
this thought I want.
For Insignia, what I'm thinking, we were talking about last stream how we have like the player, and I'll put the music back on while we do this, and I will also lower the volume. We were talking about how Armin, we could have something that, where we have a reticle that you pilot around towards enemies. We could just base it on proximity, so whoever you're nearest to, it just targets them. I think, for me, the way I like to think about Insignia's design space is, if I'm doing my job right, all of the intricate things that you want to do in the game occur on really basic planes. So I should never put you in a position where you want to target, let's say there's an enemy here and an enemy here. I should never put you in a position where you need to target this guy and not this guy if Armin is there. Like, it's just not a worthwhile question to try to answer. if I don't give you any targeting opportunities, you just have to fight who you fight. You just have to hit who you want to hit. You know, be more deft with your jumping and positioning, and that's the game, right? I don't need to solve that for you. So when it comes to targeting, the idea of using an ability to target, the only thing we could do is have Armin. I had this idea, or someone on Discord gave me the idea of, you know, what if you, sorry pals, one sec, I'm really not loving this. The top of my boom is right in the camera. One sec. I think that's good there. Just out of view. Yeah, I think like, so we have this ability. Let's just review the concept. We have an ability that could have multiple targets in the level that you want to try to interact with to change their state, right? And they can do different things, right? They can slide or elevate or descend or whatever. And the player character might want to interact with this or this or this. And if I simplify the game's design space so that there's only one that you would ever really want to interact with, then I never have to give you any kind of tool. I just pick the closest one and that's what happens. However, if I ever want to not do that, like is targeting something that you need in the game? I think the answer might have to be no. Unless it's like, you know, you're here, you're fighting enemies here, and there's like a chandelier that you want to like drop from the ceiling onto them. So you stand here and you channel the power to the chandelier and it drops. You know, there's that kind of thing that I could imagine wanting to do. And in that context, we could do something like the right stick thing, where you just angle the control stick where you want to, you know, target, and then I just pick the nearest target to the angle that you're selecting. So that's totally, I mean, there's none of this would be valid space. There's no reason you should be able to aim up and then have it go to nowhere. It has to go somewhere. It's not a projectile, it's just a target. So when you angle, you wouldn't be controlling where Armin is pointing, you'd be controlling who Armin is pointing at. And I think that would be fine. Especially if you aren't pressing anything on the analog stick. So this would only appear right now. You have to press L on the analog stick on the controller. Sorry, not on the analog stick. You would have to press the LB button. That is a J, Adam. LB, because I'm drawing this and you have to press LB and then you'd have to move the stick somewhere. And I'm probably partial to keeping this octal, right? Just 8 directions. And that should be enough. I once made a simple targeting system using just dot product, but it didn't solve the problem of having hordes of enemies. Right, exactly. So I think for me, it's like the goal here is don't increase the scope of the game. Like don't make this something that I need to support. If I don't do that, then I'm okay. It just becomes, you know, whatever. It just becomes an assist feature rather than a mandatory feature. Like in this context, oh, Angrada, there's no way the RAM if that was the constricting factor, I would say that's a major engineering fail. If it was about RAM, because that game's not that complicated, and picking an enemy out of a circle is pretty trivial. Should be anyway. So, like in this context, there's only one thing I could want to target. So the current targeting system works just fine. There is no world where this is wrong. Oh, you're talking about the player RAM, like their brains, the human brain. Even so, like, I think you could make it smoother. Anyway. No, I get you. I use that analogy a lot too. It's okay. Yeah, ooh, no good. I think the thing that I really want to fix here that's a problem is right now when Armin is standing around and I target an enemy, the enemy gets this chevron above them, and there's no way to turn that off with your controls. So if I want to target something that's up here and I've already got this enemy targeted, I can't do anything except press the L button and then shift the target over. But the question really is, why does this exist in the first place? What is the function of targeting if I'm not about to execute some targetable ability? There's no point just having it there. It's just an additional pointless thing. So instead, if targeting is something that you have to do when you're using a targeted ability only, then every time I press the L button, this should show who it's about to go to. And then if I'm holding LB and I'm moving the analog stick, then that happens in real time. But as soon as I let go of LB, if I don't cast something, it just goes back to Armin and disappears. I don't think this should be like a feature of the game during combat. I just think it's not valuable enough to be in the player's headspace, the RAM, so to speak. Will we ever see you struggle with coding? I mean, I sometimes struggle. It's not all easy. All right, so pardon me. I've got this. The microphone is it's just angled in a way that I'm just a little uncomfortable about. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a bit irritable. Okay. So, I think I've made a decision. I just need to work out the knock-on effect for this decision. And if I take it away, what does that do to the rest of the game? We already talked about this last time. It takes away targeted projectiles like parrying. So the only thing that definitely needs to go away, because we can't do it, is this. Parrying an apple, which honestly has never felt good. You know, you get a pebble gets shot at you, you parry it at the tree. It's a cool idea, but it's clunky to do. It requires you to like first aim and then parry. And while you're aiming, you're getting attacked. It's just, I don't think I like it very much. And I don't see there being a better way to do this in real time without pre-targeting. Other than if your directional attacks count as parries. So like aiming, sorry. So if an enemy shoots something at you this way and you swing upwards at it, then the projectile will choose a target above you based on the fact that you swung upwards. You know, if there's somebody over here and someone over here and there's an apple there, apple here, two people, and you swing upwards, then I choose the apple as the target of the parry. That's probably the best way to do it. So, let's put that as like a task for today. It is now not Tuesday, not Wednesday, it's Thursday, and the time is 1:37, which puts us right here. This becomes set up, clear out old targeting system. Well, I guess it would be like in new branch. Something like that. All right, let's do that. So let's make a Pomodoro out of it. Don't want to spend too long on this kind of thing. Clear everything, and then how do I do the settings? There they are. Settings, Pomodoro is 20 minutes. So the first one is clear out a new branch. All right, let's go. So we go here, we go here. This is valuable, so I'll keep that. Updates, ensign palette. And then we make a new branch. And we call it okay, and then we just start ripping it out. So target menu is what we're looking at here. And target menu has some references. Do we have a singleton here? Nope. So all of these things rely on target menu. Hey, bad cop. Is on camera and targetable, target menu. But then when do we talk about the target? Is there one thing that's the target? There is one. And there are 40 references to that. Oh, that sucks. Wow, you're in New York. What are you doing there? New York. Jesus. One sec, pals. Okay. So, Armin hit confirm. This like sets the target to whoever we confirmed. So that's no big deal. We can get rid of that. And then 39. Can I expand this into something I can like look at separately? I forget how to do that. I think there is a way. Control Shift? Nope. There's gotta be a way to do it. I'm just not seeing it right now. Okay, so 32 of them are in target menu. That's actually pretty good. That's fine. I can get rid of this. $38, $37, $36, this can just be, that's dumb, it doesn't exist anymore. 35. Why does this need to exist? Okay, it's literally pointless. Great. $34. Okay, and then we have floating life bar, which toggles the visibility of the life bar based on who the target is, which is unfortunate that we have this because I think it should be anyone who has taken damage. Not just if you're being targeted. I think that is already how it works too. So that's fine. 33. Okay, and then the rest of it, floating life bar still has this. $32. And then the rest of them are just in target menu and target reticle. And then this becomes nothing. So then if I remove target menu, there's only 7 references. So launchable, this script is so old. Dude, what's even referencing this? 28 references. Oh, but they're all internal. And then Bookmoth has it and Old B has it. I'm fixing to remove launchable altogether. It's a really old class that doesn't really do much anymore. Manipulation. Wait a second, this is a behavior state? Hang on a sec. Wow, that must be like one of the last things that I was doing that was old when I just built the behavior state system. Nah, this sucks. Okay. I'm just going to delete it because let's have fun. if get component launchable is not free, fly. Let's just say that it is free all the time. So then let's just comment this out entirely. And then what else do we have that's not working? Hedgehog has this launchable. Lunchable. And now it doesn't. Great. And then this is a thing that's got a launchable that is called manipulable. And I also think manipulable can go, because that's also nonsense. Manipulation. I feel like they can both go. I'm certain I don't use them. And then 43 references break. Uh-oh. Yeah, pull, crash. These were the old abilities pre-Insignia ensigns. So like pullable goes. What else has to go? Crashable, that goes. And then this goes. It's going. And then there's one thing I'm a little concerned about. I think gravity I might need that, but I'm going to delete it anyway because it doesn't seem right. Let's see what happens. Does anybody get upset? No? Old B. Well, let's just remove old B. What else you got for me? We compiling? We compiling? Hey, Tori Torrential. Well, what matters is you're here now. Wow, we actually deleted like 10 scripts and there's no compiler errors. They were just self-contained. They were just referencing each other. Okay. That never happens. That never happens. Okay, so now it's the target reticle that we're trying to get rid of. So target menu is still here. And ideally we want to remove all references to this as well. So launch ability is a behavior state that I still want to get rid of. I still don't like this. But I have a feeling that this is being used when I use entropy on these enemies. I have a feeling that this is actually what the system is doing right now. So if I go like this, the behavior state of this guy, if I check his state tree, he is in character stun and he is in tumble. Oh, that's good. I don't think that enemy had a behavior entropied. Oh, that's what it is. Well, entropied is a bunch of stuff here, but none of this has to do with what I was just looking at, right? Launch ability. So I might be able to get rid of this. Dude, honking big script. And looks like no references, so you go. I'm actually going to have to go to Armin's script here and his prefab and make sure that he's actually not full of broken references now. Like these should probably not be here anymore. Wow, they're actually still, it's fine. What the heck? Where did they go? They should be missing references if they got deleted, or did I really just delete them from him as well? I thought launch would have been here for sure. Okay. Sweet. Great. Okay. Well, what else have we got on target menu? 5 references left. Old slide ability. What the hell is that? Requires a control effector. Well, you got no references, so you go. See, bud. What else? 4 left. Target menu is on camera. Target menu to on-screen targets. Add this. So we are going to have a targeting system. And I think this is one of the features that we do need. So the ability for something to manage whether or not it's on screen means it's viable. It's like this is a target that you can actually target. So that's good. What else? Is there no remove? Or is this get reset every frame? How do you work? Okay. That's not very efficient. All right, so this is it. This is now the new target menu. It doesn't do anything yet, and that's okay. Does the game run? Let's push this. Removes a whole bunch of old target menu dependencies. Did I finish doing that task though? Hang on. What else is looking? Oh no, everything else is good. I think that's okay. I think we're good. Hello? It's not doing it. It's not committing. Is it that big of a change? Okay. All right, next. Yo, for those of you who use Git, do you use I have this syntax, this like grammar when I write commit messages where I say like removes. Like that's what this commit does. It does this. But I think, do some people do it differently? Do some people say like remove as if it was like an instruction? like the imperative versus the infinitive. I don't know exactly how other people write commit messages. Yeah. Latest. Yeah, I always add the S, but maybe that's a redundancy. Like all of my things have S on the end, except for these like merge. I mean, I guess the auto commits have the merge without merges. Added, removed, modified. Okay, so you actually do this, the past tense. A few of you use past tense. It's interesting. Yeah, I like it this way. I'm going to keep doing it this way. As long as there's not like a major consensus that I'm not falling in line with. Final version 2. Fixes game. Final. All right. So the next thing we want to do is I just had a really good idea. I think the water, the pools of acid should be something that's part of the tile set, not just a thing. They should be objects that get generated based on the tile set, the way that the pulley systems are. Probably these should as well. Anyway, we'll come back to that. So, I might write it down though, just in case. And how long have we got on our Pomodoro? 30 seconds. Okay. Okay. So we actually did do that correctly in time for the Pomodoro. Let's take a quick break. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is implement some new targeting system, but importantly, the goal would be what's our goal? Our goal is going to be something like just target the nearest thing unless the player is doing something specific. So it's that's it. So nearest thing that you are facing is always a tricky one, because you either have to bias angle over distance or the other way around. It has some sort of ratio, or you do a cutoff. So you say everything that is, I guess we would say, okay, here's the heuristic. Here's the player. Player is facing in some direction. Okay. The first thing we do, not this, we're adding a new task, implement new system, or whatever. What did I call that? I said we would be, and that was by 2 o'clock, was perfect. We would be setting up a new alternative. Yeah, that's fine. So the first thing we would do is say, everything in this direction first. Well, no, maybe it should just be what's closest. I mean, if there's something right behind you and then something over there, what are you targeting? I hate this. I hate this conversation for that reason. I think we just do nearest or what you're pointing towards. I think that's it. It can't be, we can't do better than that. The nearer, like, yeah, if there was something here, I would choose that over that, but that's such an invisible heuristic, which I hate. I noticed that I used to do it all the time, invisible heuristics, and then a friend of mine called me out on doing it, and then I got embarrassed about it, and I try not to do it anymore. He didn't call me out like confrontationally, but he was like, yeah, I just don't know if that's going to be very obvious to users. And then I was like, oh shit, I do this all the time. And it's always a bad smell to try and solve something with like lots of little rules that no one can understand because there's nothing explaining them. Terrible, especially in an action game, like in the heat of battle. It's like, well, this one was like slightly further away, but now it's within a threshold, it's invisible, therefore I should be selecting this thing. It just doesn't work. So nearest, easy. All right. I think I'm finally going to early return on this. If open, return. What did I do wrong there? Nothing. Okay. Even that. All right. So then, good evening, Ryan Berry. What's the purpose of this? Setup is false. Inputs is new list of buttons. I don't think I need this anymore. What do we use this for? Do we even check inputs, or am I just... No, therefore we can get rid of it. Because this feature used to be, oh my gosh. This used to do a bunch of nonsense that was way overloaded. Yeah, not too bad. So what else is here that's nonsense? Fader, probably not necessary. Expand, collapse, open, reader, should be called animator. I'll leave it as reader for now, it's fine. Previous target, Armin, on-screen targets, that's all relatively reasonable. Although this rect is not used. Setup, why do we need setup? Nice, that's cool. So first of all, can do that. This should never be false. Obviously nothing important going on here. What else that we can throw out? R equals new rectangle. I don't care about that. What about all these things? Anything happening here? Show reticle, hide reticle. I dislike all of this stuff. I don't think the gems is important either. Lots of stuff that's out of date. I might as well delete the whole script and start again. With that, I mean, like, it's a whole bunch of code that I don't know if I need to use. All right, I'm just gonna push this anyway and say refactors, target menu, and then I'm gonna remove it. Oh, I did have some things referencing it, didn't I? So what I should do is keep the things that I absolutely need. I feel like I should just wipe the whole script. There's just like a bunch of like ideas here that I don't think are necessary. Even this, like, this is not a thing anymore in the game. You don't do this. Wait. Well, you would do something. So target reticle, what does this do? I don't need this anymore. But I know I'm gonna get hurt by this, because there's definitely parts of the game that need that. Projection ability. Yeah, it's possible we keep the fader back in there. All right. I don't think this is necessary anymore. Yeah, and then this is the target menu input that, like, why was this in engine? I'll never know. This gets to go. Do it like that if we want. All right, anything else? We don't need to do this because we're actively updating the list of things that are targetable every frame anyway. So untarget me is nonsense. That's dumb. That doesn't need to be in the game anymore. Does not need to be in the game anymore. Thank you very much. Okay, and now I really do want to find, yeah, so like ability target. This whole thing is just gone now. Doesn't exist. Okay. Oh. How do I find missing scripts? Wait. That's the fastest I've typed ever. I never typed that fast. That was like 120 words per minute speed. Even if it was just for one sentence. I was very proud of that. In the component menu, top right gear, you can use remove missing scripts. Is that a real thing? I don't think so. Could use a custom editor script. Wait, if I click this, there's an option to do it? What is the option? In the component menu, top right gear dots on the game object header. This, nothing. There's no gear here. I don't want to use that. I guess I'll just do it myself. Oh, there it is. Spirit reticle. That gets to go. Okay, now we save. Hooray! I found it. Okay, everyone's... No scripts necessary. Okay. So. All right, next thing. I think we're about to buzz, but we're not done yet. Oh, I never pressed play. Well, 20 minutes starts now. I must have clicked twice. Ooh, there was also something. I need to change something else. Before I forget, I should write it down. Make item drops not slow the game down. Enemy. Okay. It's 2 now. Hang on a second. I just saw a meeting that I have. Animation review. Oh, we don't have anything for that today. Sweet. Okay. So target menu to on-screen targets. So add this. and that's happening on update. So that's all we really need. And then this no player is nonsense. You just say engine or even life. You just literally add an is player option. So bool, let's go break this down. Is on camera equals that. Bool. Done. So we need to have a target. And Armin, the player character, he has a target. But I don't think that's the same kind of thing as this. This is just for targeting an ability. So yep, that's fine. So we need to start looking at the player input. Whoa, that's super irresponsible. What the hell is that? Get key down? Do I use this? Oh, this is for SOCD cleaning. Okay. Wow, I really don't have a dir, just input.dir. If you normalize 0, what happens? You get 0. Okay. Good. So I can say if okay. So we have direction, and then what we're going to do is active. I think it's more like set target and then void set target, and then if is inputting direction handle input else target nearest. Where did that go? Where did my script go? There it is. So, and then this set target instead needs to be called find target. And then target nearest looks like this. For each life nearest equals engine dot player character dot life. I think this could be null actually. Nearest is null. Do that. For each life and on-screen targets, the distance is the distance from player character transform position to L transform position. If the distance is less than the nearest distance, then the distance becomes that, and then the nearest becomes that. Great. Set target nearest. Okay. What's next? So if we're inputting directions, handle input, handle directional input. And then what do we do here? So if we are doing directional input, first we find the direction, then we talk about the angle of that nearest direction. So float angle equals, and angle sure. Let's have a look at that. For each of the on-screen targets, the angle to target is from position to there. Yes. And then that's the target angle. Yep. And the angle diff is the delta between those two angles. And then if the absolute value of the angle distance is yep. That's it. Okay. You know, if there's only one on-screen target, this will just work anyway. I think it's fine. I think it's great. This code's going to work. What we don't have is, for now, I guess we just do public transform reticle. And then or even just gizmo. That's what I want. I can't move. Great. Engine. Good. Hey, Blazy. The situation is I am trying to develop a new targeting system and I'm just testing it now. Right now it's coming up with a bunch of nulls, so I'm obviously not setting the target correctly. Is active, should be good. So let's put that inside of that. And then press it again. Null. So it is running that script. And then I'm assuming we're using target nearest, and we're doing this and we're doing that. So Okay. Which is using find nearest. So the logic is correct. It's pretty good. We just need to know why we aren't setting anything. So target nearest says for each life element on-screen targets. We could get on-screen targets.count. Yep. Zero. Okay, well that's no good. Is on camera, not ready to die, is targetable, is not player. That seems pretty reasonable. So, is this happening? Yes. So we are adding things to on-screen targets, but by the time we're using it, it's empty. That's an interesting one. It could be that this script runs before all the other scripts. So maybe we clear on-screen targets after we use it, but not after everything. That's actually way better. Why wouldn't I do that way? This way, we might be a frame off, but that's not a huge deal. Okay, we've got the bulb. Where's my gizmo? Biatch. Oh, this happens to me every time. So there's something about the autocomplete that cuts out. It will cut out like anything. Anytime I write on in a function, the N and then everything up to the next capital letter will get deleted. I don't know why that happens. It's killing me. It's been like that for years too. It's not like a new thing. I just don't know how to fix it. So that's that. That's that. I mean, that's great. It's not about Copilot. It predates Copilot, I think. Okay, that doesn't want to respond. Wonder why that is. Anyway. So the problem here is that I can never target the bulb now. And that's not quite working. Okay. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Is it the C# extension for VS Code? So that's working. Hang on a second. Why do I need to have pressed the jump button for this to select who I'm pointing at? Very strange. No, it should just be direction, but I'm not sure why it's not trying to do other things right now. It was working just a second ago when I was pressing like a combination of buttons, but I don't know why it's doing that now. Okay, we're going to figure it out. Wait a second. What system am I using here? If I'm inputting a direction, handle directional. Otherwise, do nearest. That's fine. But it's not doing that right now. It's not even trying. So is it not doing is inputting direction? Uh-huh. Interesting. Oh, because the menu blocks us from inputting a direction. That's crazy. That's a fun one. Damn. Ha. Like holding the button stops you from inputting a direction because you don't want to be able to run and do it. So the same thing that I'm doing to stop the player from running is what I'm checking. So it's not ever going to do this. All right. Then what's the better check here? Not player character.input? Controller update buttons. So there's an input intent, that's important, and then a character is a kind of input. So input intent dot direction is not giving us the value that we want. So this is a mono behavior, but what updates this? Input control, which is a kind of input intent for player character. Okay, so update buttons is important. And when do we not call update buttons? Controller.enabled. And controller.enabled So this is our problem. We are strictly removing input from, we're not updating the input when the menu is open. Okay. What is the answer? I still want to update it. I just don't want to use it. So maybe what I can do is go to my input. And like poll it anyway. Maybe getting all the directions in all of the targets in the direction of the player, being able to toggle between the targets. Yeah, that's already what I'm doing. Well, I actually previously was doing that. I had a system that let you toggle horizontally through the game's targets, but I don't like that. I think the act of toggling mid-combat is just not a very... It's not great. So controller.update buttons. If we're enabled, or send it. Okay, so there's something here where we should be saying like, well, I guess I get it, but like if controller.enabled, then controller.update buttons with I. Let's be more explicit here, just because it's a bit weird otherwise. Else, control.update buttons maybe, or maybe I could have just done this. That's probably better. Or maybe, well, actually, what's interesting here is that we have I here. I is, oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Whatever we pass through here should be what I is. That's better. And then I still want to be able to like essentially poll this. Oh, 1 second, pal, it's getting a message. All right. So what I'm looking for is a way to essentially ask this thing, hey, what do you think? Actually, oh, I see. I don't need to do that. The prev can be I. And what I think I want to do is, I think I want to store I as well. Okay. And then instead of this, it's not I that becomes that, it's current that becomes that. And instead of calling it I, I'll call it current. And then remove that. And then that works. And then that's fine. So then if I can say public input instance. What this input instance? Input inpt dot input instance get current input. And this player input control lives where? On Armin. As just like a random mono behavior? That's not right. That's silly sauce. Anyway, is this mentioned anywhere? It's totally not. So this thing just like runs in the background and only for Armin. It's dumb. Anyway, we can still find out what we need here. So we don't have access to this on this frame. Or maybe we would say something like public player input control, player input. And then say, yes, exactly. So then it's so we have X input and we have Y input as directions. That's kind of lame. I'm doing this digitally instead of with analog. I can fix this though. Input intent has these as values, and the values get the value from X input. Oh, that sucks. It's like fully digital. Like it's just octal. There's no like, I can't poll like this position. I think for a game with an analog stick, you expect to be able to do that. Hey, Caribbean Dominoes, welcome. So, back over at player input control, we can determine this. Right now, this script's job is to... I mean, I'm not using multiplayer, like, I'm not using rewired the way it's designed to be used, so I'm just picking the first player controller and using that, and then here, this input.get is button based. So it's all digital. This axis is just true or false, or like, what do the buttons have? Well, they just, if I get, and I get a button, Player 1 here is what? Game system.player1, which is a kind of rewired player. Okay, so technically sort of. I mean, there's not going to be a projectile, but yeah, it's a targeting system. So I want for the player to be able to use the analog stick to pick between different enemies that they're about to use the cast magic on. So we do have this concept of a player, and the player, when we say player.get horizontal, player1.get button. So it's the horizontal button is what we're doing here, which is if we go to rewired input and we look at the controller, we're talking about players, player 1, joystick maps. There is a thing called, I guess, or the actions, sorry. Horizontal should be here. Okay, left or right. Maybe that just picks one of those. That's really weird. How's that being figured out? Oh, it's literally right arrow or left arrow. But that's for that. I'm talking about, oh, okay. So we're getting right or getting left. Okay, which puts us back here. So right now, I don't have any kind of way of using analog sticks if you got one. Pardon me. And I think for now, this is probably going to be fine. But I think you will feel it later. So let's put it on the to-do list. We don't need to do it right now. We can fix it later. Okay. So we have this input control, and this has a deer. That's not right. Oh yeah, I'm passing one in. Sure. Sure, that'll do for now. And then this. All right, try that. There we go. I think what I want to do is when I push the direction, right now, like I click this. When I release my finger, it resets back to the nearest thing because I'm not pushing a direction anymore. But I think I need it to be like, I don't know. Let's have a bit of a play here. That's weird. Oh, because I'm using the player target. Oh, that makes so much sense for that. Okay, I need to do something slightly different here. Target. Engine dot player character dot target awareness dot target. Can I assign that way? I can't do that, but I could do this. Something like that. I was wondering why he was attacking different enemies, and I think it's because the enemies depend on if target is not null. Wait a second. This is only happening because of the gizmo, right? Fixed. So, hello, controller? Okay, so we target that. We can do this. Run over here, target that. That's what it's going to look like in the game, just a big red nipple. Okay, target you, target you, target you. Yeah, I think letting go of the analog stick is no good. So I think it should be something like this. Okay, so if we have to do this at all, then has input direction equals true. And this happens only if we are active, so that's fine. So if we're inputting direction, handle inputting direction is true. And then this becomes where's my find target? You need to be above here. Else, if has input direction, then we can target nearest. Now, separately to all that, if input this should be player input. Okay, fine. Single player game for now. If wait a second. If input dot get down abilities. Wait a second. It doesn't matter. As soon as we let go, it's gone. So it's just that. Also, I don't think I like that. That sucks. I don't know where that came from. All that. Those are dumb. Did I even write those? Or did Copilot auto create them? So if I click you, it's just you. If I attack you or click you, that's fine. So I get over here, I click the button, good. Very good. Click you, do this, great. Go over here, click you, click again, push the analog stick. That shouldn't happen. It shouldn't target nearest if I have input a direction. Did I not compile it? Something's not right about that. Okay, so yeah, that's what I want. Yes. Okay, very good. So yep. I also think that, like, if I've already got a target and I click the button, that shouldn't reset. So actually it should be like, ooh, hang on a second. It's not has input direction, it's has assigned via direction. Which is a different thing. This happens if ever that's what it is. And then otherwise it's that and target equals null. That didn't work. Wait a sec. What was the first thing that came up? It's Armin. Dude, I really called this has invalid target. I didn't call it has valid target. That's crazy sauce. That's actually insane. Cool. So there's that. And then once I walk off screen, that should go away. Or just any time the target's not on screen. Wait a second. Okay, that's an ugly way to solve that, but... That's not right. Check target events. It's weird. Weird, I never noticed that before. Okay, so that's fine. And then there we go. That's what I want. So then I go over here. I select you. I do that. Jump on that. Go over here. It shouldn't be doing any targeting right now. But let's say I target you. Perfect. That's what I want to happen. and then I target you. And it doesn't matter if I tap it a bunch of times. Good. Perfect. That's better. That's a better system than what I had before. Sweet. I can even use it without, like, without a UI. I could just point and I know who I'm talking to. Why does that hurt me? It shouldn't hurt me, but it does. I made those hitboxes not correct. Okay, and then I go, yep, perfect. And then that wasn't quite right. There's probably something there that's not great. That I'm not quite happy with. Let's try that again. Yep. 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 Okay, it works. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. That's quite good. Let's commit that. Adds first functional new refactored target system. So now we need some sort of on-screen reticle. And we did design something yesterstream, but that was something that was going to expand out forever. This, I think, really just needs to be some sort of on-screen marker that's very obvious and I guess like colored like the ability that it's about to be. Or not, it can't even be that because we don't know what we're pressing until we press it, so it needs to be white. You could even just outline the enemies. Also, and this is really annoying. That sucks. That's so annoying. So most abilities in the game aren't targeted, right? Like if I'm gonna use, you know, the forward charge ability, the flame charge, I don't need to target anything when I do that. So when I press the button, I don't expect for there to be anything appearing on screen. So should I show anything? Because I don't know what ability I'm going to use, a targeted or an untargeted one. So if I press the button to bring it up, to bring up magic, what that's doing is setting all of these to the magic abilities. Let's say 3 of them are targeted and 3 of them are untargeted and 1 is targeted. I shouldn't show a reticle unless you're going to use a targeted one. But then I don't know what you're going to choose. So do I show one all the time just because? Even if you were to press an ability, like if you use flame charge on an enemy, if you use flame charge, full stop, and I show you a targeted enemy, that's not accurate. That's not going to do anything. The target means nothing on the enemy. On the flip side, if I don't show you a target and you don't input a direction, you might think that you're targeting something that you're not. Like, if I press the button now, what happens? I don't know until I press a direction and then I can see the reticle. So it's like lucky dip or maybe we could do something very small and then it becomes much more obvious once you start putting a direction in. So that if you're looking for it, it's there, but if you're not, it's nothing. Maybe. So it's like, you know, something like as simple as just like a white dot. I already have a target reticle in the game. Looks like any of these, like that, or like that, or like that, like that, and then even that one. I'm happy to use this. I think it could be more exciting than this, but for now, let's just use it. Well, I think like we can do like a collapsed version and an expanded version. And the expanded version happens when you are moving the analog stick to show that you are actually picking something. Maybe different targets have different lights behind them, kind of like Ori games handle how bash targets get highlighted when Ori is in range. Yeah, there's something there as well. Like, currently nothing happens here when I press the button, but it used to be that the screen would darken a little bit when you press the magic button, and the enemies then would be a bit brighter than the rest of the game. So there's something there too. I just don't like how frequently that meant that the game was flickering. It would go like dark, light, dark, light, dark, because you press that button a lot when you're activating abilities. Anyway. What is this game object? Oh, that's the quick menu. That was a very old version of the target menu. Hello. So, I'm thinking, yeah, for now, let's just do the first thing, which is get something visible. What is reticle container? What do you do? Oh, for the canvas, for the map. That's fine. Okay. So target menu gets a target reticle. And then we can do this. Yep. Just like that. Yeah, for now, that's probably fine. I mean, it's probably not loud enough, but it does the job. Dude, that is so annoying. He auto walks. While I'm in the menu. If I'm holding the button and then I press the menu, Armin auto walks. Gotta fix that. That's like in Fortnite. You open the menu while you're walking and you just keep walking. I bet you that was an oversight and they just decided to leave it in because it's convenient. Yeah, that goes away. That's what it is. Cool. Fixed. Good. So it does need to be louder than this. When I'm moving it. No, like it needs a bigger reticle. Like it's too, right now, if I'm looking for it, and it happens to be somewhere on screen, I can't tell where it is. Also, this bug has been here for like, I don't know how many years, but these guys, they don't look at you. They look at where you're facing. So if you change direction, they change direction. Not even like that. What the hell? What is this doing? Face direction, transform position. That can't be right. How is it? What the heck? I'm not super interested. I guess just to round off that whole thing, like I know that I don't know everything about AI, but I'm also not interested in knowing everything about AI, because even if everything you're saying is true, I don't think that the parts that are important to me about development, game development, the parts that I enjoy doing, or the parts that are creative, that are about expressing myself, I don't think that those parts need to be replaced by something else just because it can be done. Therefore, I'm not interested in discussing it any further. So that's where we started, friends. We had order select the nearest thing, and then we had facing direction. And then I took that away. As long as you acknowledge that you're riding a horse while everyone else is driving a car. But like the thing is, I use AI. Like I use it. So like, it's not like I'm not using it. It's just, I'm not trying to replace myself with it. Does that make sense? And when you compare horse to car, sorry everyone, I will explain. That's not the same thing as replacing an artist with a brush. An artist with like a robot painting. I don't see game design as technology. I see game design as art. So I'm not trying to go faster. Yeah, we didn't replace equestrian with monster trucks, did we? We still have equestrian and people still enjoy that. Okay. Focus mode. Okay. So I think I don't really care if these things face me or not. That's not even an important thing to solve right now. I just thought I could solve it quickly, and that's a mystery. So... yeah, I mean, it just works most of the time. Come on, man. How can that be? Oh, because this ability allows you to move while you're using it? No. That's good. Ah, but why does that happen? If I'm pressing the... and then... I see. I see. Okay. Anyway, okay, so we've solved the targeting thing. I think we can move on for now as far as prototypes are concerned. And then we already did remove all of the other parts. Does the Parry still work with the current targeting system? I don't even know if it's going to work that way now. That shouldn't knock that way. That's bad. I have to fix that. So this has got to do with... okay, first of all, we need to approve the branch. And the next thing we need to do is, I guess, just merge it into development. And then I suppose I just want to remove this altogether. And then when we parry, so collision info, the progression system is exclusively based on abilities that you unlock and gear that you equip, which you find in the world. So when we have these guys, they have a slingshot, they have a pebble. The pebble has a initial, and then initial is here, and then this is a hitbox with velocity-based direction. I think that in this case, this is going to say, hey, which direction is this? And then if it's called velocity, then you pick the direction from the vector. But I think the answer is just true all the time. I don't think we should do it based on velocity. I don't even think that worked. If I pick him, damn it, it works straight away. Like if I swing upwards, it's no good. I think the answer should just be yes. I much prefer that. What? Hello, controller. All right, I guess we'll just... What happens if I attack upwards? Ugh. Yo, we've got a meeting in 10. Style. Uh-oh. What's going on right now? Why is this null? Very confusing. How could that possibly be? How is that possible? How did that become null? What the heck? Was that a cosmic bit flip? What the hell was that? All right. I need to check one more thing, which is in this fight. How does that work? It's good. Yeah, that's probably not right. Okay, the kick didn't work. All right, so I don't like that. I don't like that this so not that one of these ones here. Cool projectile parried strong quill. So what's happening? Let's have a look, see which version we're actually dealing with. Go to Harriet, change her life to 600. Okay, what version is this? So here's our quill. Heh? Oh, wrong. That's the dialogue quill. quill object. That's what I want. So this is a Harriet flying quill, and it has it's strong. Okay, so strong is this version, and this needs to have a direction on it of forward. So that when I do this, that's not supposed to happen. I don't think we are yet checking for parry. So, flying quill, parry. Oh, that's just on take damage. She is the first big boss of the game, the first major boss. So it does slow down, but it doesn't get parried properly. Maybe it's because of this on hit confirm. So this is life.late update, resolve collisions, apply collision, reflex attack on hit confirm. Whose reflex attack is this? This is C.stun. C being the collidee is character C. C.stun.receive hits. C.stun question mark receive hit. That fixed it. Okay. Oh, I know why. This also needs to have a direction of forward. Really bad design, but it is what it is. That's why we need this to be, that could be outplayed now. No? What the hell? It's a good playlist. That should be outplay when we go back. So let's go have a look at info.outcome. Outplayed is this. If hitbox, hurtbox, debug.log, outplayed, outplay. False, 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 false. Okay, why is it always false? Hitbox direction, hit direction, hurt direction. Bro, you're getting in the way. Oh, I'm changing the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong... Oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. I got multiple different hit types. So projectile strong has forward, forward. And then projectile default has nothing, nothing. So that also needs to have hitbox direction is forward and hurtbox direction is forward. More bad design on my part. Yay. Okay, that works. So what happens if I swing upwards at you? That's what I want to happen. That clang when you pick the wrong direction. What happens if I just... Okay, that's good. That's good. That's what I want. Ooh, that wasn't quite right. Yeah, something's still not quite right about it though. I need the parry moment, the reflex moment, which I'm not getting yet. No good. Where is the reflex? There should be a point that's like on hit confirm reflex. This is what I'm looking for. Let's give Harriet some more health. Or just make her invincible. No, we need to make our health like 600 again. Okay, this moment here. What was the outcome of that? I don't think we got the hit confirmed. Hit confirmed with outplayed. Yeah, but why didn't I get reflex in the middle of that? I guess it's not hit confirm. It's more like receive hit. That's what I want. I got confused. That's doing it. That's like properly. But that's not. So why are we not getting this receive hit? Receive hit is probably something that we're checking. Add hit receiver this. Hit receivers dot contains. On resolve collisions should process yeah, that's weird. Armin should take those hits. He should take that hit. And what's the difference between this version here, right? Whatever it's doing here, its current team. I mean, it can hurt us, right? So it's not on our team. But Armin doesn't go into slow-mo ever when he gets hit by that. So I have a feature in the game that's supposed to go into slow-mo when this thing touches Armin while he's in this state. And that, the ability for it to do that is usually based on, I guess, like that it's going to do some damage and that it's heading at us, really. It's not that much more complicated than that. So like this is the same forward direction, damage 30. You know, this one's, this is the small version and its damage is 10, knockback is 2, hit stop 1. I mean, the hitbox is big enough. The hitbox is the same. This could be maybe like too small. Maybe it's like flying through him or something. I don't know. That doesn't seem right, but I'm not really sure what the issue could be there. is vulnerable, not banned. I mean, we could check. When we're running it the first time, the first phase. So, hit, reflex, attack, outcome, reflexed is false. So this thing here, this moment, is... We don't need that. This happens because we received this hit. And if we follow the call stack, we should be able to find why that's not happening. Okay, let's check to see if reflex... This will be definitive, I think. So, in this context, oh, I hate when that happens. Don't mind me. Just accidentally creating new Windows desktops. When this happens, let's have a look. Should reflex, false, false, true. So actually that did reflex in that moment. We did get the shadow effect. But I think it moved too fast. You see that? It kind of like... kind of went by already. So the problem is that the projectile is too big and too fast. In this moment here, Armin doesn't have a hitbox. Next frame, next frame, next frame, next frame, next frame, the hitbox comes out. It's too late. It's already gone. So we could slow the game time down to like 0.1. Even then, I feel like I just saw it get hit. That counts. Why doesn't that count? This is so annoying. Why is that considered a hit and not parry? False, true, true. So annoying. Dude. Yeah, you can avoid doing the parry if you go over the bookshelf. That's intentional. That's why I put the green book there. Okay, here we go. So, time should slow down. And then guarding is false, directional is true, hitboxes opposed, true. And then that just comes out as hit. Why is that? That doesn't make any sense to me. This should be check outplayed is true. Outplayed. So, if it's an outplayed hit, outcome is outplayed. That's it. That should just be it. Oh, hang on a second. I think we might be like overwriting the hit with another hit. So we outplay it. And then immediately after, there's like a separate hit, event. Is that what's happening? So we are not hittable. We outplay it, and then we outplay it again, and then we get reflexed, and then we hit. It's too many collision moments in the same like couple of frames. Just want to check one more thing. outplayed by Quill with hit. Outcome hit by Armin. Outcome reflexed by Armin. Harriet Quill took damage hit. That is nonsense to me. I have no idea what that means. Outplayed. This might be reversed. Outplayed by other way around. Yeah, this I don't understand. How come this happens? Why do we get a hit instead of an outplay in that moment? Because it says outplay and then it says hit. That should just say with outcome outplayed. It looks like there's just too many collisions happening in that moment. See, like there, Quill took damage outplayed. So like the outplay event survived correctly between the two moments. Whereas there, Armin gets the outplay, but then it just becomes a normal hit. Why is that? That's so bizarre. Calculated collision outcome outplayed by life Armin. Calculated collision outcome hit by Quill. So yeah, it did hit Armin. And then Harriet Quill took damage with outcome hit. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's keep going. Keep doing our forensics here. Okay, look at that. The Quill has been outplayed. Okay, well that's exactly what I would expect to happen. Okay. So it's all good. It's all good. Ugh, okay, That's, again, what I would have expected to happen. Please. Yes. But then it just goes back. Why did that happen? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Calculated collision outcome. Outplay by life Armin with collider hurt. Armin reflexed and the quill process collision outplayed. Okay, sounds like everything's fine. So am I just missing some sort of state assignment on the quill? Dude, I'm so confused. That little moment there. Quill gets outplayed. Quill took damage with hit. What the hell is that? How can that be possible? How? I don't understand. How is that possible? What calls this? You get called from here. Which gets pulled from there. Okay, keep trying. So, outplayed, hit. Are we losing something here? This happens here, and then somehow it becomes, it like loses its status. Amazingly. I don't understand how that's possible. This take damage is connected to what? Life, on hurt, add listener, take damage. So on hurt dot invoke with call, and call is the report.info. So if I say the report.info is this outcome, and that says it's outplayed, how is this becoming not outplay? I have no idea. Harriet quill object. Harriet flying quill dot take damage. It's the same thing, right? Same script. That's the life component. This is the... Yeah, it's the same thing. I guess like we could just go over here and say this and just check. Like maybe something is stripping it somehow, by some weird process. Heh. Why, dude? Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Quill gets outplayed. That's gonna hurt her now. Dude, I'm so confused. Okay, ready? Here it is. Quill starts processing with outplayed. By the end, it's hit. So something is happening. Something is happening. Somewhere in here, this is changing. I don't know how. I'm not assigning it to anything else. Hey. I am, yes. I'm using tiled. I do use custom properties. Well, it depends on your importer. Like I use super tiled to Unity because I'm in Unity, and super tiled to Unity has preset functionality for how they work. So if we go to tiled, these custom properties like Unity : ignore, that comes from super tiled to Unity. So if I go over to the documentation for super tiled to Unity, I can check here. He's got documentation somewhere. And then you can search properties, custom property support. And then you can learn about them here. Or you can learn about them here in the official documentation. All right. Can you step through the code and see when it changes? Or you can you? Maybe I can, yeah. So I want to be able to start it here and then step through it one by one. Hey, Lathe. Okay. So can we also make changes in SuperTiles imports inside Unity? Yeah, you can. Yeah. So you can, when it imports into Unity, you have a preprocessor that grabs the tiled file, and then you can do a bunch of searching over it and then apply whatever changes you want, and then those will get applied on the import. So that's outplayed. And then that has an outcome of outplayed. So that works just fine. And we know that's going to hurt her. But that's because I did it early. So that's just called hit. And then we can continue from that. And this one is outplayed. Okay. Again, we step through. And it's still outplayed. This is with the dust, so skip that. This is Harriet, and it's a hit, so skip that. Let me just take these dusts and just turn them off. Okay, one more time. So this is Armin getting hit into the reflex. This is the quill getting hit. And the quill's outcome in this case is outplayed. And now let's step over, step over, step over, step over, step over, step over, step. Still outplayed. Step over, step over, step over, step over, step over. Still outplayed. What? Okay, let's put the thing in here one more time. I don't know what's going on. And then let's continue it. So this is the quill. With an outcome of outplay. Step, 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 step. And it's still outplayed. So if I continue, why didn't that do anything? Instead, it just processes it as hit. Is there a separate hit outcome happening at the exact same time as the outplay? And in the one frame, it's only responding to one of them or something like that? I don't understand. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. It should just happen. One thing should happen. This sucks, man. I'm not familiar with this kind of issue. So Armin parries. Quill gets outplayed. Step, step, step. Step. Step, 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 step. Outcome is outplayed. Do I remove old listeners? The listener should be persistent until the end of the... the listener persists from the game start until the scene ends. So it shouldn't really matter. So like this flying quill, it listens for take damage. On start. So anytime it takes damage, it passes this through. Dude, why? Why? I'm not so sure I understand. I don't mean to get caught up on this, but in that one frame, all of this happened. This devastates me. Why does this happen twice? And why is the second one? I mean, it's not twice. This is one moment, as far as I understand. This is like literally from here to here, call.outcome is different. I guess I just need to do this again play that, clear that, and then enable this, and then untoggle it. So this is the thing getting hit by Armin, and up here it's hit, and down there it's obviously going to be hit as well. So assuming, I mean, it shouldn't even be considered a normal hit in that context. And then, hang on, we're still here, but now we have another one, and this is also a hit. Okay, so this is Armin getting hit by the quill. He parries it. That's the quill getting hit by Armin. This one's going to be a hit. I heard the sound of... No, what? What the heck? Oh, I'm so confused. Okay. Again. I think there's too many confounding factors happening. Also, like, it should be banned from hitting Armin twice. That's the thing that really bothers me. But anyway, let's move on from that. Try this again. Hit, hit. I'm concerned that that if I don't ping here and there, that we'll get different things each time. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Ah. What? What? Okay, now we trigger them on, go. Perfect catch. Okay. This outcome is outplayed. This outcome is hit. It does change. Ah, you little shit. Right? Unless this is somehow, but now it's hit. But I put this here and here. So does this have an exit? Is there a return here? I don't think so. Unless like unless this got called twice and once it got called with this off and then the next time it got called with that on. Dude, I'm losing my mind here. Right, I would have hit it twice. You're right. You're actually right. So this is happening within the one span. So ignore hurt, false. We're not ignoring hurt, which means we are doing this. And currently the outcome is outplayed. Continue, we get down here, call.outcome, hit. Okay, something has happened between there and there that I need to track. I mean, it shouldn't. This this collision info, oh, it is a class. So, I mean, it's possible it could be modified. The report gets passed from report equals a new hit report here. The report gets generated from scratch, and then at the very end, it gets sent to... Oh, hang on. No, the for each comes... This only gets called once. The for each happens inside of this. But here we do adjust the report. That's possible to happen. But that loop has already closed by the time we get to here. So here, we've already decided the outcome of what happened. So then by here, it's clear what's going to happen. We've already decided the outcome is what it is. Then what do? We extract the info from the report. We assign. That's nothing. Apply attack vector. Does this do anything? We don't say info dot something equals something. No. Apply hit stop. No. Log hit. We pass the info in here. But that's just assignment. I mean, potentially on hit logged could do something. So what I need to do then is go to everywhere that outcome can get assigned and just track it. In fact, everywhere that outcome.hit gets ever referenced. Call.outcome equals. What? On hit confirm, if it's not hit, it becomes hit. I wonder if this is something. Oh, we'll see. I don't know if that's enough. That doesn't happen inside of here though. This is like a separate thing. But I'm just gonna see in case. Just in case. Nope. It's true, but I would never expect to need an accessor for this. But you're right. So that happens there. This happens here. If life.pressure and will pressure max, This is a really... Oh, dude, it's friggin' right here. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. A 100%, that's it there. Hang on. Hang on. What? Still no. No way. No. How? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'm detaching the debugger just in case it's doing something weird with hot reload. Bro, how? How is that not it? Surely. Yeah, dude. That's interesting. Oh, hang on a second. Do you know what? No, that can't be right. That's fine. Yeah, it's that I don't understand. So it's not actually happening here. It's not. Oh, what the hell then? Or even just outcome equals. What is happening? I mean, there's 3 places where it happens, and none of them are happening right now. Oops. Oops. I don't know what I'm expecting here. I'm super lost. Hey, Pelly, how's it going? Yeah, I suppose we can. We could do that. That's probably the best bet. So this moment here is the big one, because this is the outplay and the collision includes Armin and the quill. So this is the big moment. We didn't see the OMFG log. I didn't see it. No, it's not in the log. The last 2 or 3 times I checked for it, it wasn't there. Anyway, this is okay. So how do I track, like, here outcome is outplayed. Well, like just now? All right. Because I took it away from the debug like a while ago. So let's step over this. And then it's still outplayed. And then we step over this. We step over this. Step over this. Step. Still outplayed. Step. Still outplayed. Step. 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 Still outplayed. Step. Still outplayed. Now it's hit. So something that's listening to this. Other manager. What is other manager? It's the thing that hit us. So this Armin. Armin gets his on hit. On hit confirm. It must be here. It has to be here. It must be here. It has to be. I mean, it's doing exactly what we're talking about. But I think there's something else. There's a question here where, but that's not where my log was. Kenji, my log was here. See? And that's not where it is. This was where I first checked. This was the first. There were 2 points where it was going to go. This was the first one. I mean, we have to flag that, right? Let's take this away. Let's just run it, and then see if we can get that to happen. Oh, god damn it! Yeah, that's it. That's literally what it is. I don't know why PowerShell is opened. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. Well, I'm glad I found that. Dude, that's such a sneaky one. That's so bad. Okay. Reprocess the hit with the stored poise damage, which should now break pressure and apply the stun if applicable. I don't see why we should have to do that. What happens if we just don't do that? Perfect. That's what I would expect to happen. Yeah, I took the if away altogether. But I'm not sure why I'm still not getting the slowdown in that second part of the phase. Yeah, we're just too slow. That's why. All right, so then I'm not sure why this needs to be here. I'm going to leave it off. And then I'm going to go over to the time scale thing. Time at reflex, complete reflex, add effector, this here. So we slow down the time and then we should skip to the correct frame. I see. But then when we go into this time, we slow the game down, we become invulnerable for a little bit, and then we should speed up our animator at that point. I thought I was doing that. Animator dot. What's this do parry? When does that happen? Here. So let's check to see if that's happening. That was okay. Oh, I needed to get her health down. Back down to 600, please. All right. Okay, so that is a parry moment. So that's good. So when we parry, we have this do parry thing where we pick some frame per second. I don't know why that's there. FPS. If reflex frame. Otherwise, we seek to the frame that we want. So alt sheet is not null. Play alt sheet, otherwise attack. Play at FPS if sheet is not attack and animation frame. I don't know which one of these it's doing, so let's check that. Playing parry animation from frame 2. And then this 1.3x actually should be it should be inverse time. So we need to increase it by the same speed that the time has slowed down. So it's so like if the time scale is half, we need to double the speed of the animation. So it's like if it's 0.5, you just divide by the time scale, right? What the hell? You know what? I don't even need to do this because I know what I'm looking for. It's the same number that we placed when we did this. So if we were to just hypothetically do like 1 divided by 0.5, that's 2, right? Cool. Okay, let's give that a go. I think I wrote all that in one big chunk, choquette. Okay, that was sort of something. Still no good. Oh. What can I do? I can't do anything there. I can't slow it down enough to make that happen the way I want it to. And even then, it doesn't seem to care if I hit it. So I think we just have to put this back where it was. No, what I'm trying to do, this is like quite picky, what I'm trying to do in the game right now. It's for like cinematic effect, but also game balance. If there's like a bullet, and it's coming towards you, and you want to parry the bullet, right? Armin's parry, he's got like a defend moment, and then he has like a parry moment. And they both have hitboxes. So this has like a box like that, and this is a box like that. The bullet, when it passes through, triggers the slowdown of time. So the time slows down. But I want Armin to almost act like he's exempt from that slowdown, because I don't want the bullet to pass by him by the time he's doing this. If he parries and the bullet's already gone, it's too late. So what I'm trying to do is like, it's almost like he's still, the way that they do it in like Breath of the Wild and stuff, when you get like the backflip, it's like I'm behaving the way I normally would want to behave, but the world is slowed down. It's like bullet time. So I need to slow down the game, but speed him up. That's what I do. And right now, this thing is moving so fast that even with that slowdown, it's still moving faster than he'd be able to do it. If I want him to animate into this might be like 1, 2, 3 frames. Well, this goes by in like, so 3 animation frames times like, I don't know, it might be, you know, it might become like 10 step frames, 10 per second frames out of 60 frames per second. So while he's in that animation, it's like here by the time he gets out. So I can slow down time more aggressively, but I need to speed him up in inverse proportion. So if I slow the game down to 0.5, he needs to get sped up by 2. So that it balances out. Assuming I don't want him to appear like he's moving faster to us. No. This is much deeper than that. You should never set timescale directly like that. Ignoring timescale will make the game break if you pause it. Like, you still should be able to press pause and set the timescale to 0 that way. So ignore timescale would mean that the character would finish playing the animation during the game being paused. It's not niche, actually. If you have a game with bullet time, you would need to solve this problem. It is niche in terms of like, not every game needs to do that, but in terms of, I'm not trying to solve the problem in a niche way, it's just a niche problem. And the Unity time management system is not robust enough. But I've already built the system that's robust enough. That's already in. It's more just I'm now looking at things like balance, like, and are my game's systems robust enough to tolerate some of the other knock-on effects, like when the characters when he does this animation, he steps back by some amount, which applies a velocity, and that velocity is it looks like it was like scaled up when he was sped up, so that's a problem. So yeah, see that little moment? That's the moment there. It's like one frame after it collided with him, it's already past him. So he needs to be able to do that before it can pass by, that would require the game to go really slow. Like he would need to go at, 10, and the time scale would have to go to like 0.01 or something like that, 0.05. I can do that, but I want this to be more of a foolproof solution. I'm actually so surprised that maybe I'm confused. 20 is definitely too much. 10 seems to make sense. I want you to be able to hit the slowdown. It's such a corner case, but like that, I hate that. It's like I'm rewarding you for doing it, but then you're too slow for it to matter. It doesn't feel good to watch it like that. Anyway, I'll keep that as it is. And then, yeah, I suppose the only easy solution is to fix this to make the hitbox bigger. It's all I can really do, which is quite unfortunate because I don't like cheating this way. It means that you'll get hit earlier in ways that are stupid. But if I expand it a little bit more, it might be okay. Like it means you'll get hit without the physical aspect of it being there. too early. Still no good. Kind of was okay that time. I could write something. Yeah, I could work around it. It's just you always want to make sure that you have, like, you're working with the most robust version that there is. Oh well. Anyway, for now it's functional. The other thing I need to test is this. I think what I need to do here is maybe separate the I think the player feedback of the game being like the game recognizing a parry and the game slowing down right now, they're not always accompanying each other, because one of those aspects, one of those moments is you are in the defensive state, time slows down, you parry, time resumes. And the reason why that's not, you wouldn't want to see that all the time is, well, the reason why it doesn't happen all the time is sometimes the enemy just walks into your hitbox. Like if you just parry them without them hitting your parry box, then it just does it. I mean, the alternative could be that you don't get this. Like in Dark Souls, you press the parry button, he goes woof. Obviously, if the shield hits an enemy during the parry, it doesn't like put them into the parry state. But in my game, it does. If they happened to have been trying to parry, to attack you, and your parry box hits them, that counts. And that's what you're seeing if it doesn't slow down. It's like you got the outcome you wanted, even if you didn't trap them in the time vortex. I could artificially just add the time vortex moment here anyway, just slow the game down, just to accompany the thing. What do I think of vibe coding? I try not to do it, but it can be valuable if you're doing scaffolding tasks or tasks that are very like boilerplate or repetitive, things that have been written thousands of times. It's not terrible. I wouldn't build a whole game doing it. All right. So from here, I mean, yeah, the moment you're thinking of is this slowdown. And then the unfortunate thing is that this slowdown currently it's managed by this animation. So if we exit complete reflex, we always have to do this. But the complete reflex also happens if we're on hit confirm. So I guess we could say else slow down time anyway, just to congratulate the player on the successful reflex. So the time moment here maybe we also bring the invulnerable moment here as well. So enter bullet time. See if that works. A better example would be like that. Yeah, that was it then. But now it's bullet timing all the time. So it's not, the else is not here. It needs to be a reflexed moment. Wait, reflexed. Actually, it could be here. We could say like if call.outcome equals reflexed or call.outcome equals outplay, then enter bullet time. Hey, CMOS, thanks for the sub. Welcome. So, not there, but... let me see if I can get this right. No. That seemed right, but no, that was a slowdown because we broke his poise. Yeah, I don't think there is a way around this, actually. I don't think we can do that. There is no easy clause that lets us do bullet time if you hit them that way. You have to have been hit first. Actually, do you know what? I'm not sure that's the case. Let's try one more time with a different enemy. I might be wrong here. No. We are getting the slowdown, but it's for a very, very brief amount of time because we're almost finished with the animation. And let's commit this. Okay, and then the next thing I wanted to do was, it was on the, what was it? It was on the, oh yeah, when the enemies lose an item. Item drop manager. Game. Add effector, world graph, combat tutorial, collectible travel, this one. Yeah, it's this focus that's set on item drop manager, has a traveling item and traveling item. There should be a thing that says focus here, unless I'm confused. Hello? Focus is off. So now I am confused. But maybe actually on the hedgehog it might be on. No, it's off there too. What the hell? It's definitely here. This is 100% what it is. Ah, there it is. I don't like that. What just happened? Why was that so slow? Wait a sec. Let's just... it should be okay. right now you get the quill. I think you get it when it dies, but you get it specifically when you parry the hedgehog. So if you don't, yeah, you don't get the quill if you don't break his pressure bar. It's a separate feature of the game that I'm like, what's the word? I'm trialing it right now. That in order to like get a special item from some enemies, you have to break their pressure bar, which requires parrying them. So if you just mash at the hedgehog, you won't get it. But if you like parry them, then you get it. I don't know why that happens though. There's a big slowdown in that moment that I don't like. What is happening right now? What happens when you get it? It gets added to your inventory. Oh, okay. Time's not slowed down. He's just falling very slowly. Okay. Well, that's that. And then just wanted to make sure that I didn't screw that up. One more thing. Okay. Why would I have focus and not dim screen? What is the difference between those two things? Why would I want to do that? And not... Why would I sometimes want to do that? I don't know. Anyway. Dude, what a mess. No, it's not Sandbox. This is Unity. Okay, I think I just have to leave that be where it is right now. So okay. Dude, I'm so bad. Hey. Ugh, I'm so bad at tracking time. All right. So, we got so caught up. I got so caught up in solving a problem that I forgot we had a meeting on for music. We did, we missed it. I feel really guilty. But Morgan has provided an update, so I will listen to it nonetheless. I just at like 2 o'clock, I was like, oh, we don't have our animation meeting today. And in 2 hours, we'll do music. And then it just, the 2 hours turned into 3. And here we are. Like an hour and a half. No, you should always yell at me. Sorry about that, everybody. And most of all, Morgan. So she was working on the Homeland theme. And I am listening to it. Perfect so far. Yeah, I think that works. Cool. Yeah, I really like that. There's one thing. That da-da-dum-dum. I'm not super a fan of that. I think I would prefer it to be dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Just let it drone. If in fact, if this was a well, I can't articulate it on a piano anyway. There's nothing I can do. You can't do that little staccato bit because the sustain is just on the piano. I just want that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just want the fourth note. And also, I also think the little rest between the fourth and fifth note of the emperor section at the end might sound better if we just held the fourth into the fifth instead. Da-da-da-dum. Yeah. Da-da-da-dum-dum. Should be da-da-da-da-dum. Even that, even da-dum is better than dum dum. Da-dum. Cool. Hey, MSAC, thanks for the raid. Yo, I might actually end up raiding somebody else myself right now because I'm pretty much pooped. I'm pooped. I've been working all day and I didn't get any gray boxing done. Wow. I did work on a new system for the targeting menu, which I think is better than what we had before. I hope it's good. I hope you'll agree. So right now you can target something. If it goes off screen, it untargets. And then when there are, well, we'll go over here and we'll attack this guy. There are multiple things to target on screen simultaneously. You can use the analog stick to pick a target while holding LB. And then you can mash that LB button. It doesn't change the target until you switch to a different target. So I can do that. I also think it might be best yeah, I mean that works for sure. Oh. Yeah, it might be best if it's when you return to the target menu equals on screen. If target is valid and on-screen targets does not contain, then make it the main character. But I'd love for that to be only if it's active, maybe. I think that's fair. So if something has left the screen and then come back into the screen since you last targeted it, it'll stay your target. Let's just confirm that works that way. So I target you, I leave, oh, I can't, it's hard to get it off the screen. Okay, he's on the screen. Still on this, he's still my target, but then as soon as I try to press the button again, now it'll alt over to this. So likewise, if I target you, leave, come back, you're still my target until I deliberately pick something else. I really have to make Armin not be able to grab onto that while he's getting hurt. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That totally works. Okay, so that's our last commit, and then I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Maybe we'll work on a fighting game tomorrow instead. Okay, updates, target menu to retain target as long as they're on screen by the time you reopen it. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, hey, just so that you guys know what I'm doing, my name's Adam, and I work on this game called Insignia. Insignia is a... Get rid of that. Hang on a second. It doesn't always look like this. Lots of debug. Insignia is a side-scrolling action-adventure title that I've been working on since 2017. It is it's a hero's journey kind of story in a fantasy world. You play as the son of a blacksmith whose father went missing about a year ago, and so you take on his profession as the town swordsmith. And very soon after that, events happen that take you far from home and across the continent in search of a way to stop a threat from taking over your kingdom. So in the game, there's combat, there's crafting, there are dungeons, and a linear story with side quests as well. And so you get these recipes or these designs, and then you can, if you have the materials, you can craft them together. And then some of those become equipment. So in this case, the iron pauldron is something that we can wear. And then just like sort of Dark Souls style, you can see top left, we've got that equipment on. So when we take damage, we'll take less of it, and it'll ping like that. So as you're running around, there are new NPCs to meet. You can chat to them, and sometimes they'll give you designs as well. And there's like a town and merchants and all kinds of things. So yeah, It's a full-on RPG. Like it's like a 20-hour experience. At least it probably will be by the time I'm done. That's the plan. So yeah, that's what I work on here on stream. 4 days a week. Let's find someone to raid. Thank you so much for your raid. I really appreciate it. We're gonna raid Kebab Scowl, friend of the stream. My team, there's 5 of us. Me, a composer, a sound designer, 2 animators, and hopefully we'll be able to expand that once we get some more funding. You can wishlist the game on Steam, for sure, right now. And yeah, please do. We also have a playtest. There's like a 2.5-hour playtest that's available right now too. Okay, thanks everyone. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time,